Hello everyone. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing? How is everyone doing on this Saturday? It's really nice day here. And yeah, this is a really early time for me to start the stream, but yeah, I think it's a great time. Because my plans are to basically stream for the longest time I can today. Let me check really quick the audio. Yep, that's working fine. Okay, so so yeah, yesterday we made some progress, some great progress here. So yeah, we're going to be working on Voyager as always, and and we are going to be continuing with let me show you really quick with these tasks we have right here. Okay, and yeah, so we are basically continuing with the refactoring of the Starfield system, the constellation system, and all of that, which is a really, I would say, not easy task. Because like, yeah, this has like some old code I made a couple years ago, and it really didn't have like a proper implementation or definition, I would say, for the mechanic. So it was just a Starfield that you could navigate through forward only. That's the only way you could traverse through the Starfield, and and yeah, I didn't have like anything designed for that. It was only like the Starfield, you travel forward and then you stop, a constellation shows up, you select a star within that constellation, and then you go to the star, which is a planetary system basically, and then you could explore the planets that are in that planetary system. But now we basically have a new design and a new idea for like how this thing works. So basically, just to summarize it as best as I can, in this scene, the Starfield scene, well, you can only see this UI menu thing, but which I think I'm going to change to. We'll see. But yeah, basically right now the idea is that you can in order to go into a new constellation, so constellations are your world map, okay, and each star, it's a zone. So what does this mean? This means that basically you your bigger map will be the constellation, and your smaller level map will be your planetary system, the star. So in the star you can go from planet to planet, and each planet will be a level, and then you can go into another star. So it's basically like a hierarchical structure, kind of like in any RPG game or I don't know, Super Mario World, where you have like your world map and your zones and the levels inside. So yeah. So with that definition, we basically are changing how you can travel from each place to, like, how you can travel into another constellation, into another star, and into another planet inside that star. So right now I am refactoring this so that you can only go into another constellation if you have the coordinates for that constellation. So you need to know the location of the constellation, the universe, and blah blah. So for that you need the coordinates, and you then input those coordinates, and then you basically travel. That's automatically. You cannot like navigate in the starfield anymore. So yeah, and we are basically working on that. And what else was I going to say? So yeah, oh, and basically I was defining how the constellations get created. Here, this is what I call like the definition, which is basically a class that contains the properties for a specific thing. So in this case, it's for the constellation. So this is a constellation.properties. Then you have like star.properties, you can see here. And this is another class that has the properties for a star. All of the... So the properties class has a Lemur object, which is a class that can create... that when you create an instance, you have to assign a seed, and then you can use that instance to generate random numbers. So not all of the classes that derive from properties make use of the Lemur instance, but most of them do. So for example, constellation, basically when it gets created, and this is what we were doing yesterday in the previous stream, the constellation when it gets created, what happens is I'm using 100 like entry tickets, let's call it like that. So what am I doing here? This is just for assigning how many stars the constellation will have. Right now I have this tables static class, which contains like a bunch of other static classes for tables for things in the game. So in this case, table/constellation underscore is this, I think. So this I defined the minimum and the maximum amount of stars that a constellation can have. It always has to be plural. I mean, I can, like, if I make like a constellation with one star, it's no longer a constellation, like there's no connection to another star. And I really think that 2 is really low, a really low number. Like, so yeah, that's why I assigned 3 as a minimum and 7 as a maximum. Then what am I doing with this? I wanted to have some kind of probability. For this, I can show you with the same drawing I made yesterday. So let's say, so I want probability. Let's do like, this is the probability and this is the amount of stars. Okay, so the probability goes from 1, or let's say 0 to 100. Okay, and then the amount goes from 3 to 4, 5, 6, and 7. So this is the minimum and this is the maximum. amount of stars, okay? So what does this mean? What am I trying to do with this? So I wanted to use a probability curve to define like, yeah, so the probability of how many stars a constellation can have, and I wanted to make something that made this the most common number, then these two, and lastly these two. So the extremes would be the minimum and maximum will be like the lowest probability, and then the numbers in the middle will be higher probability. That's because like I want like 3-star constellations or 7-star constellations to be really rare. So what did I do? I basically have some kind of parabolic curve like this, which defines hi Lou, how are you doing? So so basically what this means is that this is the probability, like the y-axis of the graphic, and the x-axis, the horizontal axis of the graphic, is basically the amount. So basically 3 is really low, like has really low probability. Then as you go into the middle numbers, the probability goes up and then goes down again until 7. So that's basically what I'm doing. And for that I'm using literally, I have this defined for curves that I use for easings and all of that. And I have these parabolic curves defined, and I created this one. And I'm using this in this formula. So I'm basically doing 100 entries. So what's happening is over like this for loop runs 100 times, and that means that I am like distributing the probabilities 100 times. I could do this like bigger, but I don't think that's worth it. That's fine like this. I could even do this like 10 times, but I think that's it's fine 100 times. And then I'm basically doing some remapping and lerping to basically I created a list that will contain all of the entries of each number. So basically 3 and 7 will have like, let's say 5 entries, then 4 and 6 will have like 20 each, and then 5 will have like the rest of the entries. So imagine like the list is like some kind of bucket, and you can have like the entries will be like tickets. So you basically insert the tickets in the bucket and then shuffle the bucket and then grab one ticket, and then you have it. So if you insert like just one ticket of 3 and then 100 of 5, there's like more likely that you're going to grab a 5 ticket. So that's basically the logic I used for this probability thing. So yeah, and I was testing this, basically printing like the numbers over 100 iterations, and yeah, so 3 and 7 were like rarely appearing, and then the other values were more common. So that's basically what I wanted. A bit too sophisticated for just picking a number for the amount of stars in the constellation, but this has to do with design. So because it's a procedural game and everything gets, not everything, but most of the things gets generated in runtime, the thing that happens is that basically I don't want you to start the game, like start a new game and get like a 3-star constellation. And I also don't want you to start a new game and get like a 7-star constellation. It can happen, but I want like the seeds, the worlds, not the world, like the universes, to have some things that appear more frequently. So there's some cat hair in my desk. Excuse me. So basically I want like that when most of the players start a new game, the universe creates like the first constellation that you appear on, because when you start a new game, you're basically in a planet, stranded. You don't have a spaceship. It's kind of like some kind of boarding that has to do with the lore and how the everything starts, like the game. And yeah, so you don't get to choose anything when you start a new game. You start and you're placed, spawn in like a random planet, in a random star, in a random constellation. So what I want is for the constellation that you start in to be more likely a 4, 5, 6 star constellation. That's like more common number. So that will be your first world map, and then you start doing everything, and the idea is that you have to at least go to, like, if the constellation has like, let's say 5 stars, the idea is that you have to go at least to 4 of the stars and like explore like 80% of everything you have in the constellation. So all of the stars and all of the planets, not all, but like 80% at least, in order to get like the coordinates for the next constellation. So that's the idea. So basically that's what I'm thinking, and I think that like in terms of design, that's going to be the most reasonable thing. And yeah, I will also do like this kind of, not the same formula. So of course I could like go and create like a static function for this to use for probability, which I may at some point create some kind of static function for creating like probability, and then passing like as a parameter all of the options and with their probability, maybe something like that. But yeah, right now I'm going to do this here, that's fine. But what I was going to say is that I am going to do the same probability thing for a lot of things in the game, because like for some things I will have presets. So for example, for the clouds, oh yeah, I can show you here because I am, well, I can change the scene, I think. Let's go into the planet. And here, okay. I got scared for a moment. So you see this cloud pattern. So this is basically like one kind of cloud that can happen, basically. But I have cloud presets. You can see here, cloud generation presets. So basically clouds are entirely made of shaders. And what does that mean? That means that basically I can play with a lot of these values and get different types of clouds, which make this like really interesting. So we have like infinite variations for clouds, but I tried like creating like I did try like adjusting these values procedurally, each of these values, like this and this and this and this and this, just setting a random value between like I have this ranges and everything defined for what looks good. Like if you go beyond these values, it's basically, it won't look great. So basically I tried like playing like within these ranges, and like most of the time the clouds will look weird, and that's something that can happen. So that's why I created presets for them, for the clouds, in order to basically play manually with the values until I get like some kind of cloud shape or generation that I like, and then I just copy those values and create a new preset. That's it. That's why I use I created presets for the clouds. And well, so basically, sorry, I got distracted by something, but yeah, so what I'm trying to say is you don't want to do everything procedurally. You need to have some kind of control over the things you generate. Like you cannot control everything, but there's some kind of level, like you need to have like some level of control, like of like the majority of the things. So like you can have like parameters and ranges that you can say like, yeah, this can go from this value to this value, and that's it. I can select a random value from that range. But if you combine that with a bunch of other values and just generate something randomly, setting a totally random value for everything, you're basically not having like the control at all. So that's not great in procedural generation. Also, I am not an expert, by the way, in procedural stuff. I'm learning, of course. I do like know some stuff, and but I'm learning, and like there are some things that you learn by just trying and testing and doing. Kind of like most of the things where you learn by doing. And yeah, so this is one of the things that if you're like making a procedural anything, not only a game, anything procedural, you will basically get to the point where you realize that you can't like what's the word, like I cannot think of the word I'm trying to say. So basically what I want to say is you cannot give all of the control to the randomness. but I know there's a better way to say this, but you need to have like I said, you need to have some kind of control at some level of the things you generate. Otherwise, yeah, it can get really messy. So yeah. Yeah, so basically, for this, like for the stars amount, we don't need any kind of preset because it's just a number. And like constellations, maybe in the future, like constellation could become like a bigger thing. Well, not a bigger thing. What I want to say is maybe in the future I end up adding like a lot of properties and new stuff to constellations that maybe then it could be a better idea to create presets. But right now that's not necessary at all, so I can just do this probability thing, and yeah, I think that's totally fine. And like I said, this is like having some kind of control over what gets generated. So here, like, I do not have total control because, like, although I am setting like this parabolic curve and everything and whatever, it can still happen that the three, like for example, a player creates three new universes, and those three universes get like at the start a 3-star constellation, for example. So that can happen, of course, but it's less likely. So that's where I have like a little control of what can happen most often or less often. So that's what we are doing here. And yeah, so back to this, which was basically, this was the main task. So you can see here, this is my main task, which has some subtasks. So basically what I'm doing right now, Starfield refactoring, I am creating this Starfield system where, well, I already have this Starfield script that was doing a lot of things, and now I'm refactoring it so it does only the things it is supposed to be doing. And the same thing for the constellation system. So right now the Starfield system should have like a new navigation behavior. Starfield script receive a constellation coordinate, so you pass in a coordinate and then travels to that coordinate, to that constellation automatically, and that's just like a cinematic that lasts for like a couple seconds. But you can, like, as a player, you cannot do anything. That's purely visual. You cannot like control the shape or anything, because like that's what was happening before. But right now I want to have this like in a more automatic way. So that's one thing. Then the other thing I am thinking of is, well, I'm not thinking, is right here. Fire event for when it starts traveling to constellations. So basically add events for the Starfield when it starts traveling and when it finishes. And then the constellation system has to, of course, listen to the Starfield events and create all of the stars properties for the stars that this constellation contains. Okay? So, another thing that I think the star field should take care of, well, in reality, I think maybe, yeah, I'm thinking that maybe yeah, what I'm thinking is, like, I was about to make the starfield system create the constellation properties, but that's something that the constellation system should take care of. Like, it's in the name, so it's the most logical thing. So basically, create okay, so this, listen to the starfield events to start creating the constellation once arrived. So I think that this should happen before, not when you arrive. Or yeah, maybe it should be when you arrive. Like, because I'm thinking, what kind of data do we have of the constellation beforehand? Like, before traveling there. One of the things, so this is one of the ideas I had for, like, let's say, so the idea of, like, how you get the coordinates for a new constellation is that basically you need to find telescopes or observatories in the planets. Like, those are on planets only, and from there you can basically stargaze. So you would use the telescope and you will see, like, your typical, like, telescope view, where everything is, like, spherized, that's the word. And then here you will see, like, the stars and okay. So basically what will happen is that from some of these telescopes you could see, like, the constellation. Let's say you find this constellation, okay? And that's basically you're observing the sky, basically, and you find a constellation. And you basically need to do something, we'll see. It's going to be some kind of mini game where you extract, like, a portion of the coordinates. So let's say, like, this is the coordinate. You basically need to extract, like, portions of the coordinate and then synthesize all of the fragments, and then you will get the final coordinate. So that's the idea. And so with this, what I am trying to say is that one of the things that we know about the constellation before creating the constellation properties, like the instance of the class, is its shape, basically. So how the stars are connected, like which types of stars there are. Maybe we can know, or like, I don't know, that's something we could define later. But right now, let's say we don't even know like which kinds of stars there are in the constellation. So I'm also thinking right now, I'm realizing something right now, that this basically is telling you how many stars are in the constellation. So so basically, when you go into a new constellation, you already know beforehand how many stars there are in the constellation. So it doesn't make sense to basically create this every time we go to the constellation, because like this is basically overriding one thing that we already knew. So let's say, for example, this one has 4, and if I go into the starfield system and say, well, travel to this constellation, okay, we go, and then it gets created, it will basically set up a random amount of stars. So that doesn't make any sense. And we have 2 options that I can think of right now. One of them is we basically only set the amount of stars procedurally for some special cases. One of them being like the start of a new universe. Okay, so when you start a new universe, you get, like I said, you get into a random planet, in a random star, in a random constellation. So that could be one case of defining the stars, the amount of stars a constellation have procedurally. And then we could have like some kind of thing, like let's say, for example, you can find black holes that you enter and you are thrown into a random place in the universe. That's like copying No Man's Sky a lot. Because that's how black holes work in No Man's Sky, which is basically like the main, like the base idea of like black holes, or maybe wormholes, serving as like traveling points, or it's not traveling points, but like some kind of mobility through space. Is something that's scientifically real. So it's not an idea from No Man's Sky. So we could use that too. We could do something with that, but basically, I have that's one idea, like setting the star amount procedurally when we start a new universe, and that's it. And then there's maybe a way you can travel into a random spot in a random constellation, and then we generate it procedurally, which would mean that I have to change this. So what I'm thinking about this, no, sorry. So this is basically what I'm confusing myself. So this idea I just said is basically if we want to have like this mini game where you can see the entire constellation in the telescope. So that's one of the ideas. The other idea is that we leave this like this, and every time we create a constellation, it will have a random amount of stars. Sorry. And then like if we are going to, that means that we don't know how many stars the constellation has. So in this case, what we could do in the telescope is basically erase this. Okay, so you can see that, like, you can maybe see that this is connected to something. Okay, so you can see something like this. I'm thinking of, like, the constellation connection fades into nothingness, so you can see like some of the stars that are connected, but you cannot see the rest of the stars. Okay, so basically what I'm thinking, like, this could be something fun to do. It's more complicated because, like, my complete idea will be like that you see this from one planet, and then from another planet you could see like a different side of the constellation, and like this will mean that you can see only one constellation from the constellation you are on. Okay, so that's something I don't know, yeah, if I really like that. I would like to make it so that it doesn't matter where you are. Well, like, it could matter where you are, but you can see like multiple constellations, not only one. Because, like, when you're in a planet, you can see like a lot of the sky, not in the game, but like in real life, you see a really big portion of this night sky. So in real life you can see like a bunch of constellations. Like, you don't see the constellation, but you can see like the stars that make the connections and everything. And also planets rotate, so, well, yeah, I will need to create some kind of system to make like the space you see, the stars and everything, to be consistent. Basically, that's what I will need. Or maybe not, like, maybe the background you see, like, when you're not observing through a telescope, the sky can be whatever, but like maybe when you go into a telescope, like, that eye has to be consistent. So yeah. So I think I like this better. What would mean that basically we need to assign the let me see how definition clouds, planet, definition planet. Do I have? Yeah, so I do have like an overload. Is that how it's called? Overload. So yeah, basically where I am changing the parameters. So I could have another public properties, like I can just copy this, I think, and then I will do this. Okay, so that's something I can do. Okay. Okay. So okay. So here, after creating the amounts of stars in the constellation calculated using a probability, blah blah blah. Okay. But now after this, I need to create the stars. Oh my god. Okay, so this star properties. Why? Oh yeah. So just this. And that's completely fine. Okay. I think. Because I have this star script which basically creates a new star when you say create your real star. Okay, so and maybe this should return a star.properties, or maybe yeah, just this. So here and here okay, great. So this exist thing, I think it's no longer needed because like yeah, this doesn't make any sense, I think, because like I was using that when you go in the star field. When you're navigating through, a bunch of stars appear, like spawn in the screen, and like I have a set number of stars that can spawn, but a portion of those can choose to not spawn and not exist. So that's what I was doing there, basically. So I need to basically erase this because it doesn't make any sense. Also, I think all of this is nonsense. Like, it doesn't... Like, maybe this could be constellation properties. But like, I think this should have like a different name. So yeah, I would just basically do this, then max z. Yeah, there's a bunch of things here that I am not going to use anymore, I think. So where am I using that? Here in star, I am assigning is invisible bounds, and okay. So yeah, I think yeah, that's only for like yeah, this is not necessary anymore, but I will just delete that later. Or maybe I can do that now, I think, because like this is basically saving the position for the yeah, I need to see what the hell am I doing with this value. Set decoration star. So here I'm, oh yeah, so I am using that. Okay. Is invisible bounds. I think that check I'm using to check if, of course, if it's invisible bounds, but I don't know if I'm using that to create the star or to show it on screen, or to check if I can create a constellation from that. I'm going to check that. We'll see. Whatever. For now, I think that this is no longer needed, so I can do this. Okay. Also, I think this should have a lemur. Okay. But also, So where am I creating? Okay, new star, blah blah, and here, okay, new lemur, and then I'm setting the seed. So maybe here I do need to say definition planets. Okay, so here maybe oh, I see. Okay. So yeah, I need to basically do this. And here I need to pass a... Do I set the seed here, or do I make the star create its own seed? No, I think the best thing will be to next int okay, so lemur. Okay, so this is int, it's not a uint. Okay, let me check something really quick. Next int, you can pass like the minimum and maximum value. Oh yeah, I need like a uint for the seed. Okay, so how can I do this? Because it's asking for so maybe engine.seeds.star_seed, okay, and here I can say star lemur, so I can just pass this here and okay, so then I can say next int. I think I need like another function for this to get a uint. So let's just add it. Next uint. And then I would say uint and uint and uint, and get next int I need convert to int range. Maybe I can't do this. Convert to int range. Okay, so never mind. I will not do this. Let's just whatever. So how am I creating new seeds? Let's see. Game engine. Game seeds. First seed. Create seed. Oh, next uint. What's this doing? Oh, okay. Okay. So I see. I basically can just cast this as uint and that's it. So yeah, I think that's enough. Okay, so stars property dictionary and stars properties list. Why do I have a list and also a dictionary? That doesn't make any sense, I think. So I will just basically do this. It's like having two lists of the same thing. Doesn't make any sense. So okay, create stars. That's great. Also, maybe what I need to do here is just yeah, I'm thinking like maybe what all I need is just this star properties stars, and then this would basically be stars.count, and then yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. And then here, new properties, lemur, and then the seed would be this. Okay. So I need to pass here some kind of value. Okay. That's fine. Great. Lemur, new, lemur RNG, blah blah. Okay, where am I using this? Okay, initial position, star spawn position. So this is literally the same thing I am doing here and here, here and also here, and also here, and also, okay, also here and also here. So this, like, this doesn't make any sense. I think I can go here and just delete this, because I don't think this is useful anymore. I can just also delete this. Fully create all other properties when entering the star. Okay, this is fine. Finish creating that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, because that's what we do when you enter like the, I need to, so delete this here. So yeah, you need saved. Okay. Okay, so that's something I need. That's what why I needed to have the position in the constellation. So So yeah, so what I think I should do here is basically create another class. Okay, so I can separate this in regions, so it's like yeah, let me do that. Main properties, okay. And then here I can basically say end region, and then okay. Then I can have another one. Okay, and then what else do I have? Do I have anything else? Yeah, space vacuum. Okay. Then what else? Solid properties. Okay. And that's it. Okay, so end region. So that's better organized. And now here I can just say system.serializable public class constellation yeah, so I need to generate the constructor, that's fine. And that's it. So now I need to open fork and just check here what did I have before. So properties, starfield properties. Okay, so okay, so blah blah blah. Oh, this did not. Okay, so this, yeah, I think this doesn't need to inherit from that, but I would need like some kind of public I guess vector 2 position in constellation. Okay, so that's basically what. Why can't I use what? It's an ambiguous in blah 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 system numerics. Okay, position in constellation. Okay, so this. Okay, that's great. And then public constellation properties, and here, no, not here, here. Position in constellations, and that's going to be something we use later. Awake. So this is creating blah blah blah. Initial position. Okay, original sorting order. Okay, that doesn't matter at all. This also does not matter. So initial position, okay, so this should be like vector 2, okay, then multiply that. I have no idea what I'm doing. Now, I do have some idea, but like constellation properties, position in constellation equals that. So I'm basically, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. This is the X value, okay. I can just do like something much more cleaner, I think. Like this, and then just say that. Yeah. Okay. And that's fine, okay. Then let's transfer position. Okay. Save the position. But this, so this is the initial position, but then it will basically start moving and moving and moving and blah blah blah. So this, yeah, this is not what should happen at all. Like, yeah, I'm thinking like this could be just some kind of list in the starfield properties that keeps track of every star that got spawned at some point. Or maybe not even that. I think that maybe what I could do is just when you arrive to a constellation, all of the stars that are nearby, that are like decoration stars, can just save the position and the properties into the star field, into some list in the star field, and that's it. So when I go into the same menu, starfield menu, I will have those properties. But for this is not needed like at all. So yeah, I don't need to save anything here because this is not the real position in the constellation. So what else is throwing errors? This is invisible bounds. Okay, so transform the position.z is yeah, so max z should be something that I save somewhere. So let me just go here and say load max z, because I have no idea why I call that like that. Okay. That's what I wanted to do. And maybe, I need to use this to like check if it is invisible bounds, to determine if I save its position or not, basically. So the only thing I need to save is the position, the color, and maybe if I start doing some variation for the star sprite, which I will do, I could save that too, like have some kind of scriptable object with the references of like the possible sprites, and then just save the indices. That's it. So yeah, I could do that, but that's not needed for now, like at all. So this is completely fine. I am not using this at all right here. All sectors, I am also not using this. So this is basically create real star. Okay, so I basically need to just create real star. I need the seed, then position in constellation. Okay, so that's something I need to save too. So that's something I need to save. Okay, perfect. And yeah, maybe later I would need to I need to come up with some way of like first determining like a better way of connecting the stars for the lines of the constellation to be drawn, and then I need to basically save that and save the connections, because like each star will have a list of stars that it's connected to. So that's something I need to yeah, positioning constellation. I also need star properties, or maybe just properties, and then connected stars. Okay, so yeah, great, that's great, that's great. So that's something I would need, and maybe I could ask for that here, but yeah, I think I do need that. Yeah, star or properties, connected stars. Okay, so that's important, and that's it. No, not that. Properties dot constellation properties dot connected stars equals connected stars. Okay, so that's great. We are making good progress here, and it's already been 1 hour and 15 minutes. So I will take a quick break, and I will be back in a couple minutes. I'm back. So, a little quick break. Okay, so we're making a really good progress here. I think we could, yeah, I think we may have like some kind of basic version of this. Like we input a coordinate and then we see the navigation and then get into a constellation, then that gets created, and then we basically use the UI to select the star and blah blah. So we may get to that point today. I don't know. But first, let me check something. Okay. 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 I was checking some stuff. So, yeah. Back to the code. So, I'm thinking that right now I could go, yeah, I need to fix this error here. So yeah, create constellation. Okay. And then I receive a constellation property. Yeah, I think this should be created here. So new constellation properties, and it asks for a lemur, and the overload is the one that asks for the stars. So that's the thing I can, like, not I need to receive from the star field. I think so. So here I can say, then can I just do something like new and just pass like let me see something here. So starfield properties is created with without a lemur, but why? So I think I did not assign a lemur to this because this class was not creating anything itself, but it was receiving things that were being created at runtime. So when you navigate the star field, the stars get created, and when you stop, those stars get like a star property class created, and then those get added to the list, and then those would be added into the starfield properties class. So and here I'm basically like grabbing the saved thing. So if you already have a new universe and blah, then you will basically grab this, which is the created starfield. So so this, yeah, I would just leave this here for now, because all of this saving parts, I'm trying to add the stuff that I think that might be useful in the future. So for example, this in the here, so this could be useful. I mean, it is going to be useful. I'm going to need this in the future, so that's why I'm adding a couple things like this. But right now I shouldn't even bother with this. So yeah. Okay, so So do I need a lemur? Like here, I am thinking, do I need a lemur? Like I can do that, of course, but this is going to create the lemur with like a random seed. And I don't want that. What I want is to pass in a specific seed, and I think I should use, so let's see here, what am I using for, okay, so for this I'm using that. And like, yeah, here, like I'm using the lemur here. So if I am doing this, I think I should always pass in a lemur. I think so. Yeah, I'm just going to say game engine dot seeds. Okay, so engine seeds dot lemur. Can I access like game seed, for example? Does it have like a lemur? What can I access? Random generator. What's that? Is this a lemur? Okay, so I should change the name of this to lemur, because it doesn't make any sense to have a different name for that. So I'm going to use the game lemur for this. Is that I don't think this is what I want to do. Maybe what I want to do is to create a new lemur with this seed. Maybe that's what I want to do. So let me check this. For example, I have this star seed, okay? And this is being created by the game seed. Look at that. Okay. So I can create seeds from the game seed. And I have a star seed, I have a planet seed. I think I should also have a constellation seed, maybe. Like, I think, yeah, I think having different seeds is great, because like for example, like I can have like everything generated at the same so the idea behind having different seeds for everything is that basically, yeah, I think I have a great idea right now. I think, how can I make this consistent? Let me think for a second. So what I want is that everything is going to get created at the same order. Okay, so what does that mean is that when you use a seed-based RNG system or class or thing, like a generator, so when you use a seed-based random number generator, what happens is that if you execute like the same things in the same order, you're going to get random results, but always the same results. So yeah, that may not make a lot of sense right now, but let's say, for example, you create a star with one seed. Okay, so that star is going to do some kind of like that star is going to create things in a certain order. So when it creates the first thing, it's always going to be the same unless you change the seed. Okay, then the second is going to be random, like you don't know what number is going to come out, and when it comes out, then you know that if you use the same seed and do the same steps, you are going to get the same results. It's going to be random, but it's going to give you the same results. That's why, for example, Minecraft, is if you use always the same seed, you get the same thing always. So that's something I want to have here too. So yeah, so I want to have that random behavior in the game, where like if you start playing the game, blah, you can play whatever and it's going to be random every time. But if you were to go and set a specific seed, then you will always get the same universe. But you would need to do some things in this, like all of the same things in the same order. So how can I represent this easily? So let's say you have the seed. Okay, not this. This is an eraser. So you have the seed, no? You have the seed, okay? Seed 1. So from here, if you do the things in the same order, you're going to get the same results. Okay? But if you get the seed and start doing this and then this and then this and then this, you're not going to get this same results, okay? So that's what I'm trying to say. So this opens up like some opportunities for, let's say you use the seed 1, okay? So this seed creates a constellation, okay? So you have the constellation, that's a horrible star, and this is a horrible drawing, but I'm using the mouse, so so this seed creates this constellation, okay? And this is always going to be like this because the first constellation is always going to be created procedurally when you start a new universe. That's it, okay? And you will start at one of the stars. Let's say you start in this star, okay? And this star has this and this and these planets, okay? And you start at this planet, okay? So let me use like another color for showing this. So you start here, okay? Then you start and you start in this planet, okay? So now from this planet you can go here or here, okay? So depending on where you go is how the universe is going to unfold, basically. So if you first go into this planet, or let's say you don't go to any of those planets and you stargaze here and you find another constellation. Okay? So you found this constellation. And then you go, like, you don't go into another star, you find another constellation and go directly there. This is just an example, this is not like the thing that will happen, that really happened. But let's say these are your steps, okay? So you start in this constellation, you start here and start on this planet. But then from here you discover a new constellation, go into this star, you can go here, here or here, but no, you choose to go here. Then from here you choose to go into planet 2, okay? So this like series of steps will define how everything gets created in the universe. But the thing is, I am not entirely sure that's how it works. So that's going to be something I need to test. So that's why I'm having a hard time deciding what to do with this. Because like maybe each constellation should have its own seed too. So we have the star field, like we have the universe, which has the first seed, let's say, which gets generated when you start a new universe, or you can, like, the user sets the seed. So that's the game seed. Then you have the constellation seed. So when does the constellation seed get created? I have no idea. So that's something that could determine like yeah, I think I know what I want to do now. Yeah. So we're going to have seed for constellation. Okay. So here, constellation seed dot create seed, like that. Okay. So now this seed is going to be only used for creating constellations, and that's going to be always in the same order. Okay. But like if you go like this is the example. If you go first, like if you stay here, but let's say from this planet you find this and maybe this other constellation. Okay, so this is A and this is B. So if you decide to go here, this constellation did not get created yet. It's going to get to be created once you travel to the constellation. If you never go there, this is not going to be created. So you can go here, or you can go here. Like you can go to constellation A, or you can go into constellation B. And that's going to determine what happens in your playthrough. So that's some kind of like intrinsic element of decision making. So you know when like RPG games have this element of decision making where like all of your decisions or the things you do change your ending, so how the game ends and which ending you get. There's a lot of games that do this thing. So in my game, what makes a different ending is basically the path that you take, which in reality the ending, I don't know yet, but it may be always the same. Well, no, it's not going to be always the same. I don't want to spoil, but like the journey is not going to be the same always. You can get the same results if you follow the same steps that you did, but yeah, basically everything will be determined by what you do and where you go in your playthrough, and yeah, so that's it basically. So I think that's a great idea, and I will just do that. So here, so I will just do this lemmer, and then I will do this and say constellation seed. Here, constellation lemmer. Okay, so here I'm going to create the same lemmer, and I am also thinking that maybe the stars should also get like be created here. Yeah, I'm thinking that this should happen also here, because like I'm creating the constellation lemmer and I should create the stars from this lemmer and then assign them here in the constellation. What I may need is just the amount of stars. That's maybe something I need to have like beforehand. So when you like the starfield system will know, maybe like I don't know where this information is going to be stored, but basically when you go into a new constellation, there are two things that are data that's already defined for the constellation, which is the amount of stars and the connections between them. So when you are observing, so I think there should be some class that defines like a light version of a constellation or something like that, and maybe I need to, yeah, I think, yeah, I think I know what I need to do. So let me just create a region here. Region, main properties, okay. Then here we're going to say, and the region basic properties and region, okay. So system.serializable, and then class basic properties, and then this doesn't need to have any like lemur or anything like that. I think. Let me think for a second about this. So yeah, I think this should be created like what's the thing that defines another constellation? Should this be created by like any constellation? Like should this live, like this can live inside here because like the constellation needs to have this, but so this is going to be stars count, okay, so this, and then I will also do this range between table constellation dot stars min and stars max. So since they're like yeah, let me just do this, and then I can have, yeah, I don't really like that, how that looks, so yeah, I would just do that. And then the other thing I need is to know the connection between the stars, but I think like the thing I need to come up like to create some kind of system to do like the connections, the lines between the stars, and yeah, I don't know how to define that. Like I need to think about how I can create that, so I can just do public something stars connections or line connect, let's something connections. So yeah, so that I know that I need basic constellation properties, okay, properties, okay, and then here like that, and like that. So here, instead of passing like the stars, what I would pass here is maybe I need to do something like create basic properties, and then I need to stars count, and that's it. Okay, so I'm thinking like, should this, like this should not live here, I think, because like this is only going to be used in like when you stargaze the constellation and all of that. So that's going to be used there. And the only thing we need to know from there is the stars count and then the connections. But the specific stars, those are not, yeah, maybe those get created inside of here. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, the stars should not be created here at all. Yeah, this is a bit hard. So yeah, I don't think so. Like the constellation system tells the constellation, creates the constellation properties, and the constellation properties creates the stars, and then the stars get assigned to this object. This is just an object. I don't think this should be created like this. So all of this should be here, not here, but here. Yeah, I think so. And here the only thing we receive is basic constellation properties. Okay, then we say basic constellation properties is equals this. Basic properties. This is no longer a thing. Then we will have maybe why can't I? Oh yeah. Okay, then rend material blah blah. Okay, so this. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, I think this makes a lot more of sense. So set decoration star. Maybe I can say set star, and that's it, and then I pass like yeah, I can see why I'm using, like, why I need this. I think this should not have the properties there, or maybe it should, I don't know. This is not doing, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is getting more and more complicated. So here, yeah, here is basically basic constellation properties. So that's one thing, and then this, yeah. Okay, so this sorted stars. So where am I getting this? Stars. So where am I getting this? Stars.count? Yeah, this is not great, but yeah, we will get to this point. For now, let's close this. Let's also close this, and here, yeah, we have an error here, so this is no longer a thing. What we need to do is this. Oh yeah, I don't think, oh man. So connected stars, okay, that's something we need to set like afterwards. So maybe this is something that needs to be set. Create star, okay. Sorry, I hit the microphone. I'm hitting the microphone all the time. I'm sorry about it. The thing is, like, I have it really close to my mouse, and when I have to write, I have to move my arm really far, and it's a bit annoying, and that's just because, like, I don't have like an arm for the microphone to have it like not in the way basically of my hands, but yeah, that's what it is. I like before in my first couple of streams I had the microphone like all the way back, like behind the keyboard, but the problem with that is that you can already hear that there's a lot of echo here, so that's something I would like to fix too, but I can't really do that because I don't have another room to set up my computer and everything. So but like aside of that, this echo is like much louder if I have the microphone far away, and also if I were to talk and like type at the same time, you will hear like the typing really loud, and that's, yeah, I don't think that's great. Like not in ASMR style, it will be like in the meme saturated bass booster style. So yeah, that's not great. Okay, so here connected stars is not something we are going to do, neither is this. So basically the star connections are going to be defined afterwards, so we can basically say create like define the properties for this star Okay, so yeah. And then we will have this, okay. And then we will have vector 2 position in constellation, and then a properties. Okay, that's not this. Okay, what's... Yeah, I did not want all of this at all. So constellation properties equals new constellation properties. Okay, so yeah, there's no other place where I'm like basically constructing the instance. So yeah, I don't really like this name. So I will change it to properties in constellation. And therefore, properties in constellation. So this I really need to this to be explicit, because then like time goes by and then I come back here like 1 year after and I can barely like understand half of the things. So yeah, this will be set properties in constellation. Okay, properties in constellation. So yeah, that's much better, I think. And then here I can say create star. Okay, and then the seed. What's the seed? So here's where I am going to basically grab where was I creating? So here, constellation lemur. Oh yeah, so I was saying like I should create the stars here, but no, like the stars are going to get created here. So what I need is to say create star, and then the seed is going to be lemur dot get next int, and that's it. So I need to convert this to uint, and I think that's it. So basically I'm creating a new star with... So what's int.max value? Let's see. What's it? What's this? Okay, so it's a really ridiculously big number. Like there's no way somebody gets to explore this much stars in their lifetime. I don't think so. So this is like, what is it? 21... Okay, 214 million? No, this is 2 billion. Yeah, it's a ridiculous number. So yeah. So this, yeah, this is int max value. Yeah, that's fine. So oh yeah, but like there's a chance that the seed is like, yeah, I think it should be like a really low chance of like yeah, so I need some kind of way to ensure that like like it can happen that two stars, even in the same for loop, get the same value. So that can happen. But what can I do to prevent that? So yeah, I'm thinking, and okay, so I think planet, when it gets created, the lemur here, star seed is equals to this, blah blah. Okay, and this definition, stars, new properties, lemur. Okay, so the lemur is the same, is literally the same lemur from the star. So planets are using the same lemur from the star. Okay. Planetary system properties. Okay, so this is using this lemur, which is getting passed here, which is this. Okay, so yeah, it's basically using the same lemur as the star. So we can say it's using the same seed basically. Okay, so here, okay, this is fine. Here we're basically doing this. So convert to int range. Okay, so let me just grab this. I will ask GPT. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so it's like literally 2 billion possible results. So that's the int max value basically. So let's say you, okay, let me read this first. Okay, so this is basically the chance. Okay, so let's say in 1,000 stars, so let's say you explore so many constellations that that you end up creating like 1,000 stars. So you explore, like, let's divide like what 1,000 divided by, I don't know what the calculation is, but anyways, let's say you explore the like so many constellations that you get to see 1,000 stars. This is the probability of you getting the same number twice. Or like for the stars, for 2 stars to get the same seed, this is the probability. So it's like ridiculously low. So yeah. I could use some kind of tracking for like, yeah, o sea, sorry, I'm mixing my Spanish here. So yeah, like what I was about to say is that if I want, I could use, let's say, uint so if I wanted to be completely safe about this, if I want to be really safe, I would do some kind of checking on this. So I will basically check, like send this into some function that will like return true or false depending on if that seed already exists. And in that case, only in that case, then then I would choose, like, I would basically run this over and over until I get a unique value, and then I just create the seed and blah blah. So I could do that, but it's not worth it right now, I think, because like it's really unlikely. And like, yeah, I think it's really unlikely. I have no idea how to use this formula, so yeah. Anyways, I think this is fine. I could add something like fix me. We should check if this seed exists. Maybe I should like uh 23%. So that's fine. Okay, this comment is great to have this here, so that's fine. Great. So then we create the star, blah blah blah, and then let's add a comment here and create each okay, and then I should assign connections to each star. I have no idea how to do that yet, and yeah, that's something I should start thinking about. Okay. Okay. Great. So, assign connections to each star. Great. So, I'm thinking, it's already another hour past. That's a lot, man. The great thing about today is that I have plenty more time to keep working on this. So yeah, I can stay for longer today. I am thinking like maybe I will stay for maybe a couple, like 2 more hours. That should be fine. So it will be like 4 hours and a half of the total stream. That's going to be a great stream. So yeah. But let's go back here and think about what happens here. So okay, definition constellation. Let's close this, and also now we can leave this open. Current star UID. Okay. Create basic properties. Oh. So this doesn't make sense because, like, in order to be able to do this, we would need this to be created, and in order to create this we need to pass in a basic property, blah blah. So yeah, this doesn't make any sense. What does make sense is to create the basic properties like here. So let's so yeah, here basically. Like that. Amount of stars in the constellation. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe this should happen inside of is this using Lemur? Add entry. Yeah, here it is using a Lemur here. So I think I should do this and this. So let's do this, and this should happen create basic properties, and then this should also inherit from there, and we generate this, and inside of this we do this, and we can erase this. Okay, so that's great. And then we can do this. Okay, that's great. So yeah, we can do this, or when we create, we could also have another of this where we pass in the stars count. Okay, so yeah, we could also preset like the basic constellation properties, but yeah, anyways, I could do this, that's fine. And then here, this is going to have the stars count created. Then it creates the stars based on this. and then it should connect this, assign connections between stars. That's the correct word. Assign connections between stars. So I think that's also going to be created in the basic constellation properties, I think. Like, well, like the basic constellation properties will have the information of like where the lines go from and to. So yeah, that's maybe something I need. Like, so yeah, I may need to create some kind of algorithm to connect like to connect. So let's say let me just go here and show an example. So let's say, let me grab my tablet. Let's say we have this constellation. Okay, so we have this constellation. Okay. So what determines the connections? Okay. Maybe this goes here, but also this one is connected here too. Okay. So what I need is some kind of algorithm to say, okay, this connection 1 is going to be like I think I can do this with like with this, with like a vector 2, where I would say, so stars will have an index basically, so 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so these are basically 5 stars. And let's say the connections, like the list, is basically a list of so let me just erase this and create this here. So let's say connections is going to be a list of lists, I think. So this could be one list, for example, 0, 1, then 0, 2. Okay, then another item that says 1, 0, and 1, 2. Okay, so 0, 2 is not a connection, it's 0, 3. Okay, then 1, 0, 1, 2, and 1, 3 is also a connection. Okay, then we have 3 is connected to, oh, let's go into 2. So 2 is 2, 1, 2, 4. Okay, that's another one. And then we have another one that's 3. Okay, so I will have to create connections for 0, for 1, for 2, for 3. So this is going to be 3, 3, 0, 3, 4, like 3, 3, 2, or 3, 1, is it? Yeah, 3, 1. And 3, 4. Okay, and then lastly we have for 4 we have 4, I think it's 2, and then 4, 3. Okay, so this is going to be basically I think this is one way to save this data. Okay, so those are indices. Basically what I'm saving is just a vector 2 that has one index like the connection between two indices. So yeah, 0 is 1 and 2, okay, 1 and 3, sorry. Then 1 is 0, 3 and 2, okay. Then 2 is 1 and 4. Then 3 is 0, 1, 4. And then 4 is 3 and 2, okay. So now the question is, how do I translate this into the code? And like first of all, I need some kind of algorithm to create like the connections. Like I do have something right now for this. Like it's a really simple algorithm that basically grabs this star and just says, oh, okay, so what are the closest stars? Okay, so this one, okay. Although, you know what, I think this is not the case, and maybe the algorithm is just picking randomly between star sorting by position. Yeah. I think literally the only thing I'm doing is yeah, I think this is the algorithm I'm doing for for setting the connections. So I need to think about this for a second. So if sorted stars count is 0 or is higher than 0 and does not contain this star, then I have no idea what I'm doing here. So yeah, I know I'm creating the connections. I am like picking the stars, and then so I'm checking the distance. If it's like less than distance, what is distance? Okay, infinity. And then it's higher than minimum distance, and I'm just yeah, this is like really basic. So I'm grabbing like the stars that are close to each other, and then I am like drawing the line renderer from like following the positions. So I would like to have some kind of different approach to this, and I think that should happen here, when the constellation gets created, so I was thinking something like this, because like at some point I need to be able to create a constellation with some basic properties. So for example, I also need to have the stars' positions. This is another thing I need, because when I create a constellation, I need to define where each star is. Okay, so like, what does this mean? This should be a vector2 int, because what I want to do is like divide, let's say this is the space, okay? So let's define, for example, a constellation space. So this is where a constellation will get created. So how do I position the stars? Okay, here randomly, but like in a way that it doesn't get, for example, like this, a star here and another star here, and that's your constellation. So each of the stars is basically like on top of each other. So what I'm thinking I could do is just basically divide the screen. Okay, so I can divide the screen in sections or portions or whatever. Okay, something like this. Which is kind of already what I'm doing, not with the constellation, but with the star field. So when I'm spawning like stars in the star field, I'm basically choosing one of these quadrants. I call them quadrants, which is not the correct word, because quadrant will be like this. This is a quadrant because it has like 4 sections. Anyways, let's when I spawn a star in the star field, in order for them to not get spawned like in the same place, so one star here and another here and another here and another here, and 20 stars spawn here, that's not great. So what I did is basically I like dissectioned the screen, like divided the screen in sectors, and then I choose one of the sectors for the stars. Okay, so that's essentially what I'm doing in the star field system, or like the star spawning, and then they move, whatever. So I can do basically the same thing for the constellation algorithm. So in order to create a fun constellation, I could basically say, let's divide the screen in like, how many did I do here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, maybe this is too much. And like, what is it? 8 by, yeah, I did it the other way around. So dumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And maybe this could be like from 0 to 7 if we're talking in like programming terms. This will be 0, and then this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I think this is too much, maybe. I could reduce this like to 5, 5 in height, and then like something like 7. Like what I want to keep is like the aspect ratio of the screen. So you can see this is kind of like the screen, the aspect ratio. And that's because in the navigation, when you're in the star field, you see all of the star field in like this aspect ratio. So I want the constellation to be able to do something like this, and to be like extended horizontally, like wide basically. So this gives some kind of like perspective, as if this were like, imagine these are the planes, this is extended to the Z plane, so this will be far away and this will be closer. So that's what I'm trying to say, but I don't think that's necessary, it's just a visual thing. So that's what I was saying. I could use, for example, let me grab this, and I could use, for example, just like this. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, so I can just do this, like, and this. So we can do this, for example, like 5 by 7. So we said that stars, constellation can have between 3 and 7 stars. So of course it can happen that all of the stars get created like here, 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 one here, another here, and here, and here. That will be like really dumb, but it can happen. It can happen. So I would need some kind of algorithm to basically position the stars, okay, to make them look. So for example, we can have something here and something here. What will look organic? Something like this could look organic, and then you make the connections, okay, maybe like this and this and this and this, and here connects here, okay. So that's organic, that looks like a real constellation. What will look, I ran out of Control-Z. What would really look weird if we have something like the example I just gave just now. So if we have, let's say, 3 like this, and then 1 here and 1 here, so that doesn't look natural or at all. Like, it can happen, maybe this is fine, but let's say we have something like this. This is weird because the problem with this is that this will get connected here and this will get connected here, okay? But let's say this one wants to be connected with this one. The line will get like this, like on top of the other connection, and that's something I don't want to happen. So I want to come up with some kind of algorithm for positioning stars in this thing, like in a plane, okay, that looks somewhat natural, okay. So this could be one case, so you can connect this like this and this. This is a really cool constellation. So yeah, the thing is, I have no idea of how to Let's just pick a color here and create an example. Okay. So I can basically save this. And the connection will be some kind of yellow. Like this. And maybe these two can also be connected. So that's a constellation. There you have a constellation, and that's fine. We can also connect these two, for example. Okay, so there we will have some kind of constellation that has some form. Also, I not only want the constellation to be connected like this, I think what would be great is to have constellations that can also be connected like this. Okay, so there's only one big root. So no connection here, no connection here, no connection here. Okay, so that's interesting too, of course. So not all, it doesn't need to be a closed connection always. So how the hell can we do an algorithm that do all of this? That's something we're going to explore when I get back from my break. So yeah, I will take a break right now and we'll be back in a bit. back. I'm back. Okay. So, so yeah, basically I have been thinking, I have a couple ideas, okay? One of the ideas is that I am thinking that like we may have some use case from like for creating constellations by presets, okay? And how is that going to work? So I was thinking that maybe we want to do some types, but like this is going to be only for like Easter eggs or for some kind of thing that's really special in the game, but it's not necessary. So this is only going to be for like Easter egg level. But let's say we want to create specific constellation shapes. So, for example, we could have this. Okay. And then it will be connected like this, and this. So this would be like some kind of diabolical. Well, if we flip this will be some kind of diabolical, demonic constellation or something like that. So I think this is a good idea, and the only way to get this, of course, is by just creating a preset. So in order to be able to create a preset, I need to basically have some system that lets me assign like something in the inspector that lets me check. Let me say, for example, yeah, I want this and this and this and this to be checked, and then the list of the connections between the stars. So that's a great idea, I think. So I can go into Figma and just go into the ideas and references. Oh man, I love having this. So I think this should go in blah blah blah, astronaut content, lore. Okay, so I think I should have another list for universe. So let's create that right now. Let's call it universe, and let's change this name into universe. Okay, so now we will have, for example, this would be universe. Then this would be Starfield, and then we could have, yeah, I think I should do this and do like universe, then do, here is going to be Starfield, then here we have constellations, then here we will have stars, then planets, and that's it. So, well, we can add more things because this is not the only. Okay, and then I can just go ahead and just remove this and remove this, and Okay, how did I do this? Anyways, it doesn't matter right now. So I can do this and yeah, what I want to do now is basically say for constellations, we can say create. I can create specific constellation shapes that have okay, that's fine. So yeah, great. There's also a bunch of things here that could go like there, but I will be moving that in another moment, another time. Right now I want to go back here and yeah, I'm doing a lot more than what it's written here in the task, but that's fine. That's how it works sometimes. So yeah, going back here, oh yeah. So here, GPT, I have this chat, which I think I have to update, refresh. Because while I was in my break, I was basically, asking GPT to suggest some algorithms that I could use for, I need like two things. I need one algorithm to position stars in this grid in a natural way that they are not too like close together. And then another algorithm for connecting the stars, for making the connections. So it suggested a couple interesting things which I want to take a look right now. So I will be just so positioning this is something interesting. So let's see how this works. It's a technique for generating random points that are uniformly distributed and maintain a minimum distance from each other. Okay, so I could just combine this. I could basically combine this with some kind of noise to determine like the minimum distance, because sometimes I want the minimum distance to be lower and sometimes higher. So when placing each star, I can use like a random value to assign to the, well, maybe not noise, but just like changing the minimum distance every time. Maybe this formula already does that. So let's see here. Is the most popular sampling strategy that can generate such evenly distributed samples with unbiased randomness. Okay, so let's see some images, I guess. Okay, all cookies, yeah, that's fine. Two-dimensional uniform random sampling. Two-dimensional Poisson disk sampling. Okay, so this is really uniform. Okay. 2D random sampling pattern with uniform distribution, and B, Poisson disk samples in 2D space. Note the difference between different sampling strategies. Like, of course, I don't want like the constellations to be too uniform like this. We're looking for something like this, but you can see here, like there's like chunks of like places where there's like a lot of things of points together, and I don't want that to happen. References, blah blah blah, author information. Okay, so this is full size image. Oh, okay, I need to subscribe to read this. Okay, here it is. Wikipedia. Mathematical consequence of poison sampling. Okay. Blah blah blah. Okay. Okay, so here's a video. Somebody doing this. Okay. Okay. This is doing exactly what I'm thinking.
Around each point. This means that no matter where the point is inside the cell, its radius is guaranteed to cover the entirety of that cell. This is important because it means that there's only space for a single point inside each cell.
Okay, so let's see the code for this. Cell size equals radius, the mass, blah blah blah. Okay. Okay, so this is basically creating the grids, the grid radius and sample region size. Okay. So new in, seal, so in, sample area, blah blah blah. Okay. 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 Yeah, this is really long. It's a really long video. Really slow, man. Oh, it's really old too. So let's see what happens. Okay, so radius 1, region size. Okay. Okay. Yeah, like I feel like this can get really sophisticated and fancy, and like I don't really want that. What I want is basically to check applications, computer graphic, generating textures, patterns, and procedural content. Okay. Okay, there's an algorithm here. Poisson disk sampling. Random points coordinates so that each point is separated from all other points by a specified minimum distance. This results in a tightly packed and homogeneous set of points. The implementation is based on this paper by Robert Brinson and run in O(n) time. Okay. Poisson disk. Is this? Okay, no. Sampling. Okay, viewport all points. creation. Okay, yeah, I can see. I can't really see anything there. Oh, look at that! Every time you click, it generates a new thing. So position, fourth inner reading. Okay. Okay. So basically, the points have a radius independent of the radius of each point. Like things get generated by checking every other distance, like every other point radius. So yeah. Okay, so this is really complicated and fancy. Let's see how, like, what ChatGPT like suggests for this. Poisson disk sampling, random sampling with padding, blah blah blah. Okay. I think I should do, yeah, I think, let's see. Okay, so I will basically create, yeah, I think we're not getting too far today. Well, we made some good progress, although it's not like something tangible, but we made a good chunk of progress. But right now, I want to check something. So first, I want to see what the hell I am doing for, like, when I'm basically dividing. What's this? Minimum stars, blah blah blah. Okay, measure by stars. Okay, constellation, blah blah. Fine. Stars movement, navigate through stars, manage decoration stars, all screen sectors. Okay, so this is something I did that basically I divided the screen in sectors. So sector division 64, width and height is 3, blah blah. Okay. For sectors.x equals minus width sectors. Okay. Sectors division. Okay. So let me see what the hell am I doing with this. Sector division, height sectors, width sectors. What is sector division? Like, I'm trying to figure out how can I draw this in gizmos in the screen. So let's just try that on draw gizmos. Gizmos color equal color dot new color 111 0.5, and then gizmos dot so 4 list vector 2 sectors. Okay, So yeah, gizmos.draw sphere, new vector 3. Sectors e.x, sectors i.y, 0, and I don't want a sphere, I want a cube. And what else is it asking for? Draw cube, vector 3, and I guess this is size. Is it? Vector 3.1 by 0.01. Okay. Let's see this. What this is doing? Okay, I need to fix this. Blah blah blah. Selection show star properties pop up. Okay, this is done. Okay, let's go here and see what this is doing. Okay. So this is really small, so I should make this, where is it? Here. Like 0.1. So 0.1 is basically 100 pixels. Well, not 100, but 10 pixels. 0.01 is 1 pixel. So 1 is 100 pixels. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so... Okay, that's great. Why am I using this arbitrary, like, thing? Let me just see something. Okay, so let's say I do this, okay, and I create a utility in helpers or utilities here. Helpers, where is helpers? Here, okay. So this, maybe I need to basically create a new function for this to do this. All screen sector static. That's it. And then maybe I need to... Why is this multiplied by 2? I don't understand this. Offset is 0.1. Okay, so there's like a couple things here that I don't understand. So let's just say float offset. No, stop doing that. Int sector division. I can set some standard values for this. 64. Then with sectors, I think this, I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is. So let's call it W is going to be 310. Then H is going to be 180. And what else am I hard coding here? So this is multiplied by 0.01. Why? I have no idea why that's the case. So let's just go here and replace everything where needed. So W, okay, here, and then H here, okay, and this is not needed, okay. Or is it? Like, why is it suggesting that it's not needed to... Oh yeah, because I have like... How can I fix this? Remove unnecessary parentheses. Okay, fine. And also here. Okay. So yeah, let's go here, and instead of using this thing, let's use the one from the utilities. So let's go here and say utilities.helpers.allScreenSectors, and then we can go and say for the offset, so we are going to have some values here. Let's say serialized field, float offset, then we're going to have another one for sector division, and then W and H. So that's what we are going to be using. Okay. Oh, this needs to be an int. So yeah, I need to go here and say serialized field int. That's fine. So is this also an int? No, this is a float. Okay, anyways, it doesn't matter really. It doesn't really matter at all. I don't think so. Anyways, let's try this. We add some space there. Now we're going to have this here. So yeah, offset is 0, so we can say 0.1. Then we can say 64, and then here is something like 310, and here is 180, I think. So what happens if I go here and modify this? Ooh. And here, nothing. And what happens if I do this? Ooh. This is really interesting. This is really interesting. And then offset. Oh. What if I say 0 offset? So why am I setting an offset to this? Is it because it's not centered? I have no idea why am I setting like an offset here. 0.1. I really have no idea why I'm setting this offset. Okay, so sector division with so let's do this. So 19. Okay. Yeah, I literally have no freaking idea of what this is. But basically what's happening here is that I'm drawing a cube at these positions, and the thing is that I have no idea how to control sector division, and then that's right, I didn't replace this with the height, so I needed to do that, and now the height is also going to work. Okay, so yeah, width and height. Okay, so but the thing is, like, width what happens if I go into 0 here? Yeah, that happens. So they... Yeah, I'm... Okay. So yeah. Okay. So and 40. Okay, and what happens if I have a sector division of 40? Well, let's like make it like smaller like this. 25. So where am I? Yeah, I really don't understand what's happening here. So with sectors, height sectors. What I need to do basically is to be able to divide, to quantize. This is basically quantizing positions on screen. Okay, so if I do 40 and 40 here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's 6 by 6 basically. The thing is, I don't know how these numbers correlate to how many things there are here, and also how many, like this sector division. I have no idea what this is doing. I know if I expand this, basically less positions get created. So so 64 does that. Okay, and 260 is doing that, and yeah, where does it change? Okay, 28, 27, 128 and 260 are basically yeah, I have no idea. 256 and 128. So this is basically using power of 2. Yeah, this offset thing is like so if I say 64 and 64 here is going to be 4 by 4, okay, which is 16. Okay, so what happens if I say, for example, if I say 16, okay, that's, yeah, if this number goes low, like really low, the thing is a lot of position get created, and yeah, so that's a lot. So what I want is basically to have, let's say 32. Okay, this is 32, And if I say 0 here, okay, that's fine. 32 and 32, this is again 4 by 4. So what I want to do here is basically have, let's say I want to have 8 by 8. If I do this, do I have 8 by 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, I do have 8 by 8. So if I do this, I don't have anything, and if I do this, I have 2. So yeah, I can't have 1. Yeah, it's always like increasing by 2. So how can we I think that's fine, I guess, because like it doesn't matter if it's like all I need is just to say, to be able to say, I want this like a grid that's some value for width and some value for height, and I think this is doing the job. So I could use this little thing I created. So yeah. So basically, (32, 16) is the minimum. If I go one lower, then this is going to be, yeah. So I could do something like modify this this thing to receive like width and height as an int, and use like this divided by 2 as the factor of 1, and then yeah, basically define this. Like this should be always, I think, yeah, this should be always 32. Like I don't care about this one, the one that's here. I can use like whatever value I want here, and this is going to be used for the stars, and that's fine. So I can still use this for the star field blah blah, but for this other static function that I can use in other places, I will basically define, I will refactorize it a little bit so it's a bit better. So yeah, so I also think where am I setting the count with sectors and high sectors? Okay, yeah, I can't really. Yeah, doesn't matter. Okay. So sector division is always going to be 32. So this is no longer going to be a thing. Okay. And then width, offset can go at the end, I think. Okay. And it's going to be 0. And then these two, I'm going to receive ints because int and int. Okay. Why? Oh yeah. So these are basically the base values, but what I want to do with this is let's go and check how this works. Okay, so this, like half of this, like can I say, let me see something. Maybe I can use the power function. So let's say, for example, 2 to the power of 2 is 4. Okay. Then this to the power of 2. Is this the power? Square root? Okay. And this, okay, yeah, that's a big jump. So if I say 3 to the power of 2 is 9, and then 1, 2, 3, so 2 to the power of 2, so I basically need to make jumps of 16, I think, because like, yeah, let's say I do plus 16. Okay, so every time I do plus 16 is going to add 1. So that's 8 to the power of 2. No, sorry, 4 to the power of 2. Okay. Let me go here. Yeah, let me just go back to the standard. And so this would be to the power of 4. I don't really know how to use the power functions here. So how can I basically say, what is this? Okay, so 4x 4? No, that's not. xy, so x 0, okay, that's what I wanted to use. So let's say 1 to the power of 4. Okay, so that's going to be 1. Then we have 2 to the power of 4, 16. 3 to the power of 4, 81. Yeah, that's not what I want. Or maybe this is much simpler and I basically have to multiply everything I want, like the value, by 16, and that's it. So, oh man, the only thing I need to do is basically do this, multiply by 32 divided by 2. That's all I need to do. And why do you think this is... Okay, anyways, I am just going to do this and say int w is going to be this. I can do this, and yeah, and h is going to do the same. And then I can use w here and h here. What the hell? Okay. So, is this like, yeah, this is irrelevant? Because it seems like multiplication happens before division, so that would make sense. So, okay, so we're getting somewhere, and basically now we can, this is done, so I don't care about that. I also don't care about this. So now I can go here and do this. So let's say, for example, range between 1 and 10. I don't know. So now we go here and okay, why is 10 the okay? So anyways, yeah, this is great. This is what I wanted. Okay, so let's say I want to this thing to be like the only good thing I can think about for like having, oh yeah, so this already is even, because this is 6. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 by 8. So this is 6 by 8, which is great. Okay, so I think we can do 6 by 8. So for that, I will need to set this to 3 and 4, and that's it. Well, this should be 4 by 3, I think. Yeah. So this is 4 by 3, which is 8 by 6. Awesome. So yeah, I can do this basically, and now I can basically, let's do something where let's do something like how can I do this? Let's say I go through everything and just go and say okay, so let's say for another 4, and let's say 5, which is the average for the star count in the constellations. So gizmos.color equals color.green, and then we're going to grab a random position. So let's vector 2 pos equals sectors random range blah blah blah, and then I can go and say and then here I can sectors.remove at index. Okay. So now we should see some of them turning green. Oh, but this is going to happen all the time. Yeah, I should set some kind of update thing. So, okay. Here I can say if Yeah, so now it shouldn't update all the time. Great. So if I go and say, oh man, maybe the thing should be, this should be updated all the time. Okay, anyways. Okay, no, I can't really test this right now. I would need to create some other stuff that I don't want to do now. So yeah, this is going to work, basically. That's all I'm trying to say. And also, the other thing is that I would want to, let me just go here and quantize screen. So, quantize screen, this is going to be the new name for this. Or maybe not screen, but like quantize positions. And like, I think this should be distributed like like I need some way of controlling I need some kind of way to define like the boundaries of this. So these are the positions in world space. So this is returning quantized positions, and also this should be called quantized positions. Okay, so basically I need to basically define the boundaries of this, because this is just world space positions, but maybe I want to do something like expand this, but not necessarily like add more positions. Maybe all I want to do is just to have this, for example, and expand this in some space. So I want to define this to change like the coordinate space of this into whatever I set it to. So if I want to, for example, set this, use this as like positions, I could say, for example, oh, I think this shouldn't be like hard. Let me check something. If I go here and say, yeah, load size. So if I say size is 1, and I have here another load size, and this is going to be 1, okay, and maybe this plus offset, maybe then this can be multiplied by the size. So maybe what I want to do is just say load x to make it like more organized, or maybe just vector 3 pos equals this. Now this is going to be pos.x multiplied by size. And then here pos dot y is going to be this by size, and this needs another parenthesis, and now all I need to do is just add pos. Okay, so what's the problem with this? Pos.z equals 0. Okay, that was the whole problem. Perfect, so this is going to, I think this should work. Okay. Let's see if this works. So I should be able to multiply the size of this. Yeah, this is not doing anything. Oh, I'm not using the size at all, so that's fun. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Perfect. And I could also have like yeah, and this could be like really small, like this, even smaller. So I can just represent this as pixels, and the color could be color.white. Okay, so it's much more visible. And oh yeah, so the other thing, oh yeah, I guess like if I'm not going to use the offset, so yeah, yeah, so those are the pixels, and then if I say 1, and if I start like, let me just mute this. Oh, I can this, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So I can use this and just use it anywhere I want, basically. So this is going to if I say 0.01, everything is just inside a 1 pixel, 0.08. So this is perfect. I can make this as big as I want, and I can also use a size for X and for Y. So let's say, for example, I have vector 2 size, and then this is size.x and this is size.y, and here this could be vector 2. Let's check if this is working. Of course it's going to be 0, so yeah, everything is going to be in the same place. Okay, so 1, vector 2f. What's the problem with this? Why is this throwing so many errors? Unsupported type vector 2f. Okay, I didn't want to open that. What's wrong here? I don't understand. Vector 2 size, and this is not like I don't know. Anyways, I guess this is something that has to do with like gizmos, but if I do this and specify like the size of the, this will be basically specifying the size of the bounds at some point, at some level, I think. So like, sorry, if I do this, this is like expanding from like, yeah, this is a bit weird. And maybe this offset thing was like, let's comment this and say 0.1 f for now, just to test. Okay, so now it is, yeah, it's like, if I say 1 and 1, okay, so now it's the center point is like pretty random. So maybe what I want to do, 0.1. If I set the offset to 0, what happens if I set the offset to 0? Let's see. Some like, okay, so this point, okay, everything is going to move from this point, and 0.1, like, I don't know what's the distance between this, so maybe I need to just find the value myself. So let's just go here, say float offset, and just pass it here and go here and see what's happening. Okay, it's been 2 hours, sorry, it's been 4 hours. This is my longest stream, I think, like this year, because like I did some other streams that lasted like 9 or 10 hours, I think, when I was doing Ludum Dare, but yeah. Anyways, this is going to move this like okay, so 0.048. Okay. Oh yeah, because each section is basically the sector division divided by 2. So basically what I want to do is to say here, offset is not something I'm going to use here. What I'm going to do is basically say offset is sector division divided by 2 divided by 100. That's it, I think. So I can basically go here and whatever. Okay. Go here and it's going to remain in the same place. Okay, no, that's not what happened. What's happening? So what's happening here? So offset right now, maybe I need to do this. Yeah, but it's so 32 divided by 2 is 16. Oh, I need to divide it by 2 again. Yeah, divided by 2 divided by 100, which should be the same as like dividing it by 4. So 32 divided by 4 is 8, divided by 100 is that value. Okay, so that's great. That's great. So yeah, you can see right now, I will just set this here, and this should be called, I think this doesn't need to be a prefab. So yeah, I can just remove this, I think, because like there's not another place where I will use this. In if there's at some point the case that I need this to be a prefab, I will create it, but it's not useful right now. So yeah. Okay, perfect. So this is 1-1. This is size 1-1, which basically means that the radius is 16. Like the radius of every position is 16. Okay. So what I can also say, yeah, I'm getting somewhere here. So I can use like an integer for radius, and radius is going to be like sector division is going to be radius multiplied by 2. So we should do something about like the radius being like radius radius between, like, let's say between 8 and whatever. So yeah, and this is going to be radius multiplied by 2. So now I can have another field int, which is radius, and I can set this to radius. Okay, so maybe that should have like a different name. Okay, so that's great. What I don't know is like what's the minimum where it doesn't start like breaking everything. So maybe the minimum could be like 4, or like, yeah, 4 by 4. So basically 8, a radius of so yeah, the radius is like 8, no, like 4, and the total size, like the size, like width and height of the cell is going to be 8. So 8 by 8. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah. Now it's going to compress a little bit more. Okay, so yeah, the problem with this is that it's going to generate a lot more thingies. So let's say I want like this to be like much smaller, but like, yeah, there's something about this system that's not really well, like this algorithm. I need to also like refactor some stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I can already use this as it is. So let's say 8, which would mean 16, which would mean this is how it looks. And let's say I want a width of 4 and a height of 3, and then this to be expanded like this. So what does 1 mean? I guess it depends on some things, but let's say 4 and then 2 or 3. Oh, it makes sense because like... No, I have no idea. So yeah, let's say 3 or maybe 3.5 and 2.5. Yeah, maybe this is too... Yeah, maybe this. Like, this is how I should separate the sections of the screen. And like now I can basically choose positions. Like I can choose these positions and yeah, and display them in anywhere I want, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, I'm thinking that when I basically, yeah, this is another thing, that when I increase the size, now the radius is no longer like this. So yeah, I will have to basically see, like in each case, see what I want to use for each case. So yeah. So I'm thinking, like, let's say I want to display a constellation on screen when you're stargazing. So let's say this, like, let's say this is the screen. Okay. And you're basically does this perfect a circle? I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't. So can I just increase this like crazy? Yeah, that's amazing. So let's say this is how you see. Oh yeah, maybe we could have like, yeah, let's just do this. And maybe your view in the telescope is something like this. Like I won't make like a circle. And then here you can see the stars and all that. And then you can see here a constellation. Okay. You'll see here a constellation, okay. And then yeah, you can connect them like this, and you, okay. So this is basically your constellation. You're watching this. Or let's connect them like in a better way. Like this. Like this. Let's say this is your constellation. So basically what this means is that this would be like the size of this is going to be a little bit smaller than this. So let's say something like this, maybe 2 by 2, and that's fine. Or maybe even like smaller, like this. Yeah, I think something like this should be the size of this. So yeah, basically we can use this as a reference to. So this will be like the boundaries of the space where the constellation can get created. So for the positions of the stars, that's what I'm trying to say. So yeah. yeah, so I think that's great. And for creating the start positions, I would basically need to select. So this is basically just to assign a world position. But in reality, what I will be doing when I create a constellation is this. So this is what I'm going to be doing. I will have like a matrix basically, and I will pick positions in the matrix randomly, and that's it. That's how I create the constellation. Now, I don't want to do this like completely random, because like I said before, it can get really not great. So I want to use some kind of algorithm for this to place the stars like organically and not all together, because that can happen. And then once I have this, then when I need to set the positions of the stars, what I basically need to do is just get all the context positions and use the indices for this. So yeah, I'm realizing I'm also realizing that this is one-dimensional list. This should return a two-dimensional array of positions. So yeah, I will need to basically convert this information into, well, I suppose I can like go through this list, and when it reaches like the width, it goes into the next and the next, and that's it. So then I basically will be creating a new, so I can create the matrix from here, and then get the positions basically. So yeah, so yeah, I'm thinking like it's not bad to have this, but I could also get this, for example, I could do something like vector 2 this, and say quantize positions. Then I can ask for the same things, okay? And then I will basically do quantize positions, radius, so this so I can do that, okay? And then I can do something like list vector 2 q is equals this. Why is it not working? Oh yeah, I need to say this and size, and what else do I have here? Size. Okay, yeah, so that's fine. Why is it not working here? Oh man, what the hell? Why is it adding like using things? It's really annoying. So then I can basically go through for, oh yeah, so q.count, and this would be so no, not q.count, this would be W by 2 multiplied by 2 and then H by 2, okay? And then I can go through 4 and say X. Or maybe I don't need to do that. I can just go like this. What the hell, man? Okay, I don't know how to do this. I thought I had a illusion in my head, but I don't think this is going to work. And I think I'm going to wrap up the stream soon, really soon. So yeah, I think I want to see if I can basically think about this. What do I want to do with this? Oh yeah, so I do need like a nested for loop. So I need to do for x and then for y, okay, less than aux dot get length 0, then here get length 2 or 1 in this case because it's, yeah, and then aux dot x and y is going to be, is it this? I don't think this is return aux. So this should be correct, but I'm not sure. So let's see what this is doing. Aux x. So this is going to go horizontally first. Then when it gets to okay, so yeah, it's going to go horizontally every time. Okay, so this goes vertically first. So is that how I want it to behave? Because like one thing is to start like this one, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then, well, in this case it will be blah 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 blah, then here, then here, then here. So yeah, you get the idea. So I think it's really important to know how am I going to create this space. So I think I want to create it like to do this first and this second. Okay, so I would be going to go through the horizontal space first. Okay. So okay, so xqx plus y multiplied by aux get length. So I don't know if this is correct. I think this is not correct. So what I think is I should have some kind of index. An index should go here. So let's see. Yeah, I think this is what happens. Index plus plus. Yeah, it's not doing anything else. So index is going to, yeah, I think, I really think this is correct, but I am not sure. So yeah, I hope this makes sense. So I can test this really easily. So let's do this. And with this, we are going to, okay. And this is going to be a vector 2 bidimensional array. Okay, yeah. Why draw sphere, man? Okay, whatever. Do whatever you want. Now for the color, I want the color new color, and this is going to be like let's say y divided by width, and then j divided by h, and 0 and 1. Okay, so is this going to work? Let's see. Okay, so this is maybe I need to do this, but why is it that, like, why are some of those transparent? Doesn't make any sense. Why is I don't know what's happening here. Yeah, this is really weird. What happens? Okay. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense, like, at all. What? I think I just created some kind of algorithm for something really crazy. Oh my god. What the hell? Like, this is really interesting, but it's not what I wanted to do at all. So yeah, there must be something I'm doing wrong here. Like, maybe I have to go through this the other way around, but I don't think that's going to do anything, honestly. Yeah, no, that's just... yeah, that... whatever. Anyways. So let me just Control C. I want to try one more thing. Okay, this, and then I want to say something like int I not y. Whatever, it doesn't matter really. I want to do this, and this is going to be 1. The only thing I want to check here is what is the first point. So yeah, it's basically being created like bottom top basically, so I can change that, I think, by going here. Yeah, I'm going to delete this, it's not doing the thing I wanted, but I can basically do this, and this is going to create them like horizontally now. So I think that's everything I need. I don't... yeah, that's all I needed basically. Yeah, so that's fine, that's totally fine, and I can I can use this now as like for setting the positions of the stars based on the, well, yeah, I guess like, yeah, I guess instead of using this like a two-dimensional thing, this will be like 0, 1, 2, 3, blah 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 blah, and this will continue from here. This is not going to be 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 3, 0. It's not going to be like that, which like it will make sense to do it like that, but I want to just use this that I already have coded, and this is going to be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah blah blah. So that's what I'm going to do, and yeah, I think that's completely fine. And yeah, so we are going to wrap the stream up right here, and yeah, so thank you very much for watching. Thank you for coming by, and thank you for supporting the channel. Although there's a lot of people in the audience, but there's a couple people that show up every now and then, and that's great. I hope we start I don't know, reaching an audience. I would like to start being more exposed, I would say. So yeah, I want to try some stuff to be able to be seen by more people, because right now I feel like the algorithm is not really helping. But yeah, that's okay. It's only been like a month and a half that I am doing this, so it's not even 2 months since I started streaming regularly, and yeah, maybe I need more time for this. And yeah, I also have plans of like for making like a complete overhaul to my stream, like visuals and my overlay and my presentation and all of that. Sadly, I cannot change my camera and my studio, let's call it like that, and my microphone right now. It's too expensive to do that right now, and financially I am not able to do that. So but what I can do, and I'm doing, is basically I am creating my whole overlay, and I would say my whole stream is going to be controlled in Unity, in a Unity app basically. So I'm creating a Unity app that can capture the screen. It captures my camera, and that's really powerful. So I can do some crazy things and great animations and add some shaders to the camera and some effects, and I think that's awesome. So yeah, I want to start like playing around with that. I only have a couple things already implemented for that, and I want to come up with a great like format and a great visual aesthetic for the channel. I want to go and explore some retro futurism style and maybe do some of that. I don't know if I'm going to do like pixel art for the overlay and the visuals. I may do that, may not, I don't know. I will see. But yeah, that's the plan basically. I want to make an overhaul to my overlay and my my format and my visual presentation. And I think that's going to be happening in the next couple weeks. And yeah, meanwhile, we are making progress in the game. I think I feel motivated. It's great. So yeah, I hope I can keep doing this and making progress like this, because it's great. I also I also really want to get into the point where we implement and prototype like the actual gameplay and combat and things you do in the planet. I think it's going to take a bit of time to get there, but we are going to get there eventually. And once I get to a point where I can start like outputting content, I think I'm going to start creating shorts weekly. Maybe I don't want to say like daily, because that's a lot of work, and as I mentioned before, I have a main job, like a full-time job, and yeah, that takes like a lot of my time in the week. So yeah, anyways, we're going to be improving a lot the stream and everything. So yeah, again, thank you very much. Don't forget to join the Discord, where you will get notifications for when I'm live. And you can also share art there or anything you want. You can get feedback and all sorts of things. And yeah, so I'm not going to be rating anyone right now. So yeah, that's the stream for today. It was really productive, I think. This was great. So yeah, I may stream on Monday. Like, the idea is to have like some kind of fixed schedule for the stream. So my idea is I mentioned this previously, so Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Saturday. So those will be like the 4 days of the week that I could stream. So yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. Sometimes there are some weeks where I can't really stream on some of the days, so it happens. But yeah, that's going to be the plan. So we'll see if I can stream on Monday, and if I can, then I'm going to see you there. But anyways, I will see you in the next stream. Thank you very much.